So we can do this next thing, but it's not actually an optimization. We'd be doing the same amount of stuff each step. But we would get the result that we want faster. That's what it would do, basically. I think we might as well. We might as well do it. And then I can easily transfer this stuff into the states. I should probably I should probably turn some of this stuff into functions. I mean, split it up, and this is a function. Split this up into multiple functions. It would be functions within functions within functions. But I might not do that for this build. But it might make things easier to work on going forwards if I do before I start adding any new creatures to the game or something like that. Anyway, let's just do this today. Why am I suddenly doing God instead of Hunter? is that even necessary? With the while loop being there? I mean, it seems like a redundant check. We could just set this, and then while not undefined, we do this until we're ready to move on to do this. So we don't actually move on to the next thing until we finish the current thing, so it is redundant. I posted this stream to Discord. So I can actually remove that from all of them. That's one of them done. So I think it's just the deer and the moose. Nope. Just the deer, I think. Because the moose can attack back. So just the deer. But I'm gonna go do this now. Some of them are in scripts, I think. Oh, this doesn't use a map. It wouldn't be any faster in this case, I don't believe, because well, it depends how with actually works, but I don't think it would be much faster. It's only really faster when we're checking less stuff by having just the stuff that we need to check on the map. Although I suppose, you could, it wouldn't make much difference. You could have a map that contains all of the trees, and then you remove, like, the trees that are on fire or held by the player from that map. And you also wouldn't have to be performing those checks on every single tree, because it just wouldn't be on the map if it wasn't supposed to be. So I suppose technically it is a more efficient way of doing it. Oh, this one is list-based. We haven't had any problems with those, so I'm not going to worry about it. Huts. Okay, these are all list-based, okay. Just a completely redundant check there, isn't it? Why are we doing that? We just want to do, we don't care, we just want to do this. Which, does that make the, if we do that, we just reset this to the beginning regardless, and then we loop through the map until eventually, you know, it becomes undefined again. Then I don't think that we need to set it to undefined when disabling the regular tracker. True, I guess. I don't know about the other things. Certainly. It's not called nearest threat. See, I'm doing this. I would still need to do some of this stuff, but I wouldn't need to do this anymore. Not really a big deal. Doesn't make much difference. Ooh. Oh, yeah, these are the ones that I literally haven't converted yet. That's the whole reason that we're doing this. I mean, there might be no real reason to change these ones, but I guess I will anyway, just so that it's consistent. We're doing things in the same way everywhere. But these ones, for example, we're checking all of the humans only to check whether it's a guard or a hunter. But we have a map that contains all of the hunters, and we have a map that contains all of the guards, so we can just check guards and hunters specifically, which will save time. It won't actually make anything. It won't actually. It's not really an optimization. It just means that we save time because we're not scanning stuff that we don't need to. I mean, no, I suppose it is a small optimization because we don't have to check if it's a guard or a hunter. It's a very small optimization. But mainly I think it will just make them more responsive, which will be quite good because sometimes they have quite a delayed reaction going on. It might improve that a little bit. They sort of take a second to react before running away from something, and it kind of looks a bit strange. Funnily enough, I built in reaction times of like 1/10 of a second or something, around that, for the creatures early on, because it's unrealistic if they react without reaction times. They react instantly. But we basically wound up with like giving them reaction times by doing the optimizations eventually, because it actually takes them a second to figure out, like, it's not guaranteed that it would happen all the time. It's true, something could already be on the tracker could already be up to date, and then I suppose they would react. Well, no, it's not really it could be a combination of things. Maybe the tracker updating and then waiting for the tick. They essentially have reaction times because of the tick now. I think the tick is like 1/4 of a second or something. Or do we have 8 ticks per second now? Maybe it's 1/8 of a second. I don't know, but essentially they have reaction times because they run on a tick. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh. Well, okay, so these ones haven't actually been updated yet. So I'm back to this. What am I doing here? Exactly the same as I just did for the rabbits, basically. I think it is literally exactly the same, to where I might just be able to copy paste it. A little bit apprehensive about doing that. Pretty sure I can just copy paste this. I need to define these variables, because these are local variables. They could just be, could they be temporary variables? Yeah, they could be temporary variables in this case. Absolutely they could, so maybe we should just use temporary variables. Oh, I forgot to actually update the maps. The most important thing. Also, there's no reason to have different named variables. This could just be threat check and current threat. Because these don't happen simultaneously. It's not even necessary to have different names for them in the regular trackers. I don't think it is necessary. Oh, I'd have to pick a complicated one. This could just be human check and, threat check and current threat. And then, if it's undefined, then we set it to the first human. We check that human. We increment by 1. It's still no longer undefined. We come back next step, we do the next human, and so on and so forth until we've checked all of the humans, at which point threat check and current threat becomes undefined again by the time we get down to here. And then this thing says, oh, threat check is undefined again. So I'll start doing this, and then it starts incrementing and incrementing until it's finished doing its thing, at which point it becomes undefined again. We do our stuff. What is this stuff? Oh, we could avoid the need for this, which that is actually good, because this is some of the worst stuff. Okay, so should rewrite this to use less variables as well. I guess this can be a good sort of test run of that, although this will use temporary variables. Distance could also be a temporary variable in this case. Just gotta grab something to drink. So I should combine them all into one function that checks the calling instance, checks the object index of the calling instance and runs the appropriate code. And that way I can just be like, update the nearest threat tracker, and it will just do whatever it needs to do. Oh yeah. The only thing that actually changes is the map. Getting a little bit more confusing. Okay. Total threat level. What? The deer have no use for that information. Why are they doing that? So I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same, so I can copy paste that. Could it be problematic if I have threat check and current threat as both a temporary and a local variable? Threat check. But it only checks one type of thing, or one map, I suppose. whereas these ones will check multiple maps. There's no reason to do human check and then predator check separately like that. And there's also no reason to do this stuff, and then that would mean that we don't have to do this stuff. We can literally just say is undefined threat check. Banking on the fact that stuff removes itself from trackers upon death. That's crazy. Just got the latest update from Jonas on the capsule art. It's looking insane. Okay, what am I doing? Refactoring, I believe. Is it worth the time? It works, currently. Yes, technically it's a small optimization, isn't it? Just don't want to break anything in the process. So it's just a bit worried. Oh yeah, but of course. You put an underscore. You're supposed to put an underscore, right? For a temporary variable. What? And then I gotta remove the other dot so that it just uses the temporary variable, I think. Wait, no, that one is, wait, what? Other dot nearest threat, this one. Maybe I should just use local variables. I don't know. Probably fine, right? Current human. Why does this one still say current human? little bit confused as to why I'm even doing this right now. It's like not really a major thing. What was the original reason? Oh yeah, basically because we want to check the hunter map and the guard map instead of the human map. But it's kind of led to all this other stuff. I mean, I guess this works. I think I've done temporary variables inside of a with before. It's been okay. I mean, we're doing with current threat, so why do you even need to do current threat.id? Because you just need to do ID. Really? It's kind of funny. It's probably the same for all of them. With, it is inside of the with, isn't it? Yeah, with current threat, other.currentthreat.id. That's just ID. Crazy. Hey, Bits of Bite, thanks for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream this morning. Welcome on in, everybody. How's it going? It's quite a heavy raid. It's a lot of people. What have you been on with this morning, 8-bits? It's pretty good. I don't really know what I'm doing. Bit of refactoring, if anything. Can't really call it an optimization. It's a very minor optimization. I just seem to have started rewriting code today for some reason. Updating the GUI window to adjust the tower when it's upgraded. The GUI window. I don't know what that is. Okay. Interesting. Hey Brent, how you going, dude? Hey Neroth, welcome back. How's it going? You're using IMGUI. Oh, is it like an extension? I don't think I've heard of that one. Maybe I should look into it because I'm going to have to do a UI overhaul one of these days. Okay, I think that's all of them. It was just completely unnecessary other dot blah 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 that we were checking for no reason. We were inside of the object which is ID, I can't speak, which is ID that we wanted. We were inside the object with the ID that we wanted, and then we were looking at the calling instance, a variable on the calling instance that stored the object that we're in to find out what its ID was. I don't know why we were doing that. And unfortunately there's probably like a billion places where I'm doing that, so I'm just going to go through and remove them. I mean, the main thing that led to all of this is that the prey animals were checking through all of the humans to find out if they were hunters or guards, and whether they were performing specific actions or really whether they were in specific states to determine whether they should run away from them or not. But we actually have maps that store all of the guards and all of the hunters, so we don't need to look at all of the humans. That's the main optimization, but it's just that, you know, as often happens to me, whenever I look at my code, I start realizing there's a better way of writing it, a better way of doing things. So we're doing things a better way now, or we're in the process of it. And a lot of these tracker like updates where I just want to like boom, just give me an instant update on this tracker or whatever. I'm going to turn all of those into functions and probably make them universal as well. I know it's never ending. It's funny though, because I can be like pretty convinced that it's locked in for a while. And then it turns out you're completely delusional. That's a lesson that I've been learning a lot here recently. I thought, you know, give me a week. I'll have a nice build ready for the playtest, bug-free and ready to go. I'm still fixing bugs 3 months down the line or whatever it is now. try not to move on to adding anything new until I'm fairly confident that what I've got is like locked in, you know. But I was still wrong. But it's been good to finally kind of stop adding stuff to the game and just start testing the existing stuff and really polishing it up. Because I guess after this I can be really confident that it is actually solid. So this will be like a nice milestone, a nice sort of plateau, if you will, when I get this build ready for the playtest, where I can sort of know like all of this existing stuff is really solid, and I can start, you know, ascending the mountain from my little camp there, like halfway up or whatever. But yeah, so I'm gonna probably convert some of this stuff into functions, but it's kind of dawning on me now, I'm so used to doing things this way that it's almost kind of feels more confusing to turn it into a bunch of nice functions. That's just because I'm not used to it, I suppose. If I can have like so I want it to be a universal function to say update the nearest threat, and I just do tracker update nearest threat. That's it, and then that function checks what the object index of the calling instance is, and then runs the appropriate code depending on that. So whether it's a deer or a human or a rabbit, it runs the right stuff. And oh yeah, that's kind of it. And then doing that for all of them, that would be quite a big job, but eventually I could do that, and then I could have a function that contains all of the functions, and then I could have like one that updates all of the trackers, as well as being able to use functions to update individual trackers, and it'll all just kind of work. Hey, Nemo. I think I'm gonna skip this song, actually. It's got like a warbling, bassy sound that's just distressing, if anything. I wouldn't call it meditative. Alright, 8-bits, no worries. Thanks again for the raid. I hope you have a great day. It could be because I've had a headache for 4 days straight now. So I'm not exactly in tip-top condition at the moment. Good lord, what even is this? Oh boy, I think I'm just missing. What is this? Why does it look like that? Is that what it's supposed to look like? Oh god, it just dawned on me. I might have... What if I was deleting some of these when I wasn't supposed to? Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna have to go back through and double check. It's fine. There's only certain... It's whenever it's list-based and not map-based. I'm just concerned I might have... Like this one. Oh, but it doesn't have one of those, so no worries. Okay. So I realized for what's a good example? For these, where I check humans and then I check predators, there's no reason to have separate variables like this. This can just be threat check and current threat for both of them. Because it starts out undefined and then it sets it to the first one and then it checks that and then it increments to the next one and then just keeps doing that one per step until this becomes undefined again. At which point then we can have this here say is undefined. Well, actually we would get rid of that one, it would be this one. Is undefined threat check. And then set it to the first predator in the predator map. And then repeat the process. And then we don't have to do this. This is an absolute disaster. It was worse with the bear, it was especially bad. It was bad. It was really bad. But now this can just become like is undefined threat check and then do this. And then we start the whole process over again. I'm pretty damn sure about that. Let me run through it one more time in my head. So it starts undefined, we set the first one, and then we do this. And we increment to the next one, and then it won't do any of... Wait a minute. Yeah, it won't do any of this because it's not undefined. And then so we come back next step and we just keep doing this until eventually this is undefined again, but because we've already passed this, we'll move on to like the next bit down below, and it just kind of like locks into the current sort of loop, even though it's actually taking place over multiple steps until that's done, and then it like moves on to the next section. So yeah, it's pretty much perfect. Didn't realize that at the time, so in a way I kind of made it needlessly complicated and used way more variables than I needed to. So, we start out with the humans, maybe. Oh, wait, no, the humans are... because they only check predators anyway, so they are already kind of correct. Human check and predator check, and that's just going to become threat check. Human check, predator check. Oh. Threat check is undefined, then we set it to the first human, and blah 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 blah. And then we get down to this point. We get rid of this one entirely. And then this just says if is undefined threat check again. And then that's okay, and then everything goes from being... Also I want to do current threat, not current human and current... Current human. Current threat. So human check becomes threat check, and predator check becomes threat check as well. And we don't need it to be there twice anymore, do we? In fact, I think we may have realized earlier that this part is completely unnecessary now. Well, just this bit. I'm not sure about the other bits. So I'm just going to leave them for now. And then current human becomes current threat. And same with current predator. But you didn't know I had predators in my game. No aliens, just predators. I am thinking about slipping a little UFO Easter egg in there. It's always nice to think about those things. It remains to be seen as to whether it will ever actually get done, because it's hard to justify spending time on Easter eggs when you've still got to make the game. But it would be pretty funny if there was like a, maybe just in the desert map or something, there was a very low chance for one of your humans to be abducted. Could be amusing. I think this works. God, I hope it works, because I mean, I'm sure I have the repository with the backup, I guess, but still. I'm pretty sure it works. It technically works in the way that you play my game. What do you mean? As in, I'll be adding you to the game as the player. Oh. Exactly. Because you are a god. And in this game, you are God. So what is this one gonna be like? Doesn't really change. Maybe I'll just leave this one for now. Oh, wait a minute. There's still, like, that last bit at the end. So... Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't think this does work, does it? Because... Isn't it just gonna start from the beginning again? It's gonna be undefined, sets the first one, loops through that map. Then it becomes undefined again, so it, what the fuck even is any of this, dude? I don't know what I'm looking at. Okay, loops through the next map, because this is undefined again. And then when it's finished looping through this map... No. What? Okay, wait a minute. It's just gonna go, isn't it just gonna go back to the first map? Yeah, I think so. Unless we have some way for it to know. So it gets here and it does this, and then it becomes undefined again, and then this is like, oh, it's undefined, so we can move on to this one. And then it starts doing this, and then it won't do this again because it's no longer undefined. And it will continue doing this, and incrementing through these, and then eventually once it reaches the end of this map, then this becomes undefined again, at which point we just... Oh, it just does this. No, it's my bad. Because it's just like... right there. It's linear. It just goes from this to this. Gotcha. Okay. So we're actually fine. So we just put here is undefined threat check. That's a lot cleaner, isn't it? Let's get rid of some of these comments. So it gets to the end of this process and this becomes undefined again, so it's like, alright, let's offload this from the temporary variable to the variable, reset the distance, clear this, and then we start the whole process over again. Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. Just gonna open the window a bit more. I find it funny that I open my window to get some fresh air sometimes and my air purifier kicks into overdrive. It's trying to save me from the toxic fumes. Okay. I'll just go remove those, I guess. Well, at least we can do away with the naming inconsistencies. Why do I duplicate it instead of just renaming the existing one? I don't know. I was commenting them out before, I suppose. Okay, so is undefined threat check. Human check becomes threat check, and predator check becomes threat check. Current human becomes current threat, and current pred becomes current threat as well. Nearest threat count. Okay. Well, I will actually be revealing the name of the game pretty soon, so it's not going to be Project GodSIM for much longer. That's pretty exciting. I've been keeping that one in my back pocket for 3 years now. But it will be revealed along with the Steam playtest. I don't like this playlist as much as the other one. Should we listen to the other one? Oh god. We're back to the warbling sound. I thought I'd try mixing it up today, but it wasn't as good. this bit is undefined threat check. And you can do this. Brilliant. Okay, that is cleaner, isn't it? Still find this stuff kind of mind-boggling. It's not exactly easy to read. More comments would help, I'm sure. Okay. Interesting. There's actually nothing to prevent it from doing this if the map is actually empty. It doesn't cause any issues, I don't believe. Or have I ever even tested it with an empty map? I'm assuming it just kind of returns undefined and then... Well, I don't actually... Probably tells me what this does, maybe. Returns undefined if the map is empty. So all it does is check, and then it's undefined, and then it doesn't do any of this stuff because it's undefined. Okay, that's fine. So there's no reason to check. So that is this one done. That is not very readable. I think putting a little comment there would be good, but I haven't done it for any of the other ones. Maybe I'll go through and put some comments in at the end. Yeah, so this is a very long-winded way of getting to the point where we update the prey animals to only look at the hunter and guard maps and convert everything else to using maps, just so that it's all consistently using maps across the board, even though I don't think it actually will improve performance in any way with the other ones. One more to go. I really gotta take a leak, but I'm just gonna get this last one done. And then I can go. No, not nearest. Human check. Human check becomes threat check, and predator check becomes threat check. Current human becomes current threat, and current predator becomes current threat, and this becomes is undefined. Threat check. And wait, I feel like I missed something. This one. Boom. Alright, well, I probably should at least kind of try running the game. Oh, wait, I'll just compile with virtual machine. And make sure everything is still working. What's the easiest way to kind of test this? Just any kind of combat, really. I just load my save from yesterday. Oh boy, that crashes the game. What's up with this? Hunter. Underscore. Trackers update. Global.hunter. Really? So this when I'm trying to load the game, we are running that script, and it doesn't like this global hunter variable. It says that that has not been set before reading it. And that's somewhat hard to believe. Because I create all of my maps in here, right? Where are my maps? There's my... Oh, it's called Hunter Map. Oh. I don't think that even is a map. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is... What the fuck is this? This is still using... This is still a human map. Alright, okay. There's more work to be done. There's more work to be done, but at least we can use the maps instead of... I think what I'm using is like the counter. It might be a list, I'm not sure. Anyway, let's head into the script. It said that's why I hovered over and it said it's a DS map. But it's not. That should be Hunter map. This should be Guard map. Predators. And yet Predators is just called Predators because my naming is all over the place. Oh boy. And the humans map is called humans instead of human map. just these two, isn't it? Okay, let's see if the game runs now. Nope, because apparently is undefined human check. Unknown object dot human check not set before reading it. Trackers update moose line 7. Trackers. Moose. They use threat check now. Of course they do. So I guess all of these... I mean, these are the instant update ones, so that's actually completely unnecessary, but it should still be... well, I mean, it should be using... I basically just need to do the same conversion as I've done with these two, where we will remove some of those checks and we'll use temporary variables instead, but I really gotta take a leak, so we'll be right back. Okay, so I'm going to do this for the other ones. We could use a temporary distance variable in there as well, maybe. It's whatever. Human check is gonna be right check. Current human is gonna be current threat. Do we keep this one? No, because it's a while loop, isn't it? Let's just not worry about that right now. Although I probably will change it eventually. I think I already did that for these ones, yeah. God, I'm hungry. I'm constantly hungry. That's it, isn't it? There's nothing at the end. So Moose is the one that was actually giving us problems. Human check becomes threat check. Check, threat check. Current human. This one is kind of different because it's just specific to foxes and it's also combined into the same one because it's more efficient. So I think we've just got this one left to do. Okay, will the game run now? Also, if that was not undefined, then it wouldn't do anything, actually. The way it's set up right now. If you were to run this function in the middle of a scan, then pray check would not be undefined, and therefore it wouldn't... I think it would... Well, it would actually probably would just continue scanning from wherever it's up to. It's not undefined and current pray, so it would just kind of like finish the existing scan in a single step. Huh. Right. So, yeah, so we just gotta remove that so that it always sets it back to the first one whenever you run this thing. I guess I might as well do that. Okay. let's try running the game now. Oh, no, still getting an error. Unknown object dot provoked not set before reading it. Bear step 0 line 149. What have I done there? Oh, I might... I don't know actually. 149. Current threat. Is it possible I've just forked my save file? I don't think so. I mean... Oh, it's gonna be running... Oh shit, yeah, it's gonna be running this code on the humans, even. Oh shit, okay. Oh, fuck. So, is it better to just do it the old way then, or is it... Do we introduce some sort of extra check here, or what? This is nice mainly because it allows us to, well, does it? If we can get it to work, it would allow us to clean this up. It's much better than it was. Oh my god. Yeah, because it's like current threat exists, right? Because the human is also just current threat, so it actually runs this code on the human. Whereas before we could guarantee this was only run on predators. Oh, we definitely don't want to do that. So you could put an object index check in there to check that this is like not a human. There's one way that you could do it, and that's probably still more efficient than what we were doing before. Maybe, I don't know actually, because you're doing that check every single step. Well, you were doing all of those other checks every single step as well. Okay, so it's not... I don't like it, but it's probably still slightly better to do it this way. And now the instance exists current threat could actually encapsulate both of these. The most efficient way would be to do an else, I suppose. If current threat.object index equals object human else do this stuff. worried about like putting this inside of the instance exists check. Maybe if like for some reason that instance didn't exist and this didn't get called, it would kind of jam the tracker or something. I don't want to risk it. I think it is still marginally better than what we had. A lot of this is very confusing because I'm just getting these like minute little performance gains, if anything, so it's not entirely clear like what I'm doing. Normally it's like you've got a very clear objective, like, oh, if I do this it's going to be massively, like, it's going to be so much faster or whatever. This is just kind of like, I don't know, I don't even know what I'm doing really. The whole point of this is to stop using the humans map and use the hunter and guard maps, and we still haven't even gotten to that. I keep like forgot about that. we at least should be only running the code on the correct instances now. And then we can actually finally play the game, hopefully. Hey. So, how does it work now? Does it work? What would be a good test? I think basically just like if the wolves can attack us or something would be a good test. That's deeply concerning. Oh, great. Seems I've broken everything. The human still runs away from the wolf. Any aggressive bears in this map? They might be dead. There's 3 bears down there, none of which are aggressive. Okay. Well, it seems I've just broken it. So we can either try and figure out what I've done, or we can revert it to how it was. The wolves don't even attack the humans now. Of course I can't undo it anymore. I'm gonna have to go get the old code. I think it's basically easiest for me to discard all of my changes to these objects and then just make the few changes that I do want to keep. I'm just gonna discard all of this. Thank God for version control. Okay. Well, that was an exercise in futility. Successfully spent 2 hours doing nothing. I don't even know why it didn't work. So I learned nothing. So, guess we're gonna do it the other way. First I'll go through and do that stuff. Oh shit. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. thought I did this. Alright, I think that's everything. Okay, if I convert... Wait, what am I going to do now? I want to split some of these up, but essentially... Yeah, get these set up as functions that I can use, and then... Because what I would normally do now is like, okay, I've done this, now I can copy-paste these into the appropriate states, but no. We can just clean them up. Separate them into functions and then just run the functions in the states like you're supposed to. Right, okay, I think probably I'm gonna throw something in the oven and then that'll give me like an extra 30 minutes and then I'll be able to get something to eat. I think that'll probably help. I'll be right back, 2 seconds. So this we can. So we want it to be universal as well. Oh, alright. I think it might be easier for me to make a new script. Oh, right. Tracker. Yeah. And then there will just be a trackers update function to update, or maybe I would call it like trackers all update or something, but yeah, there won't be like individual ones like this. But then we have like a nearest. Hey brain. Nearest threat update makes sense. Nice. Why is it different for the humans again? There's like all different ones for different states. Oh yeah, because some stuff is like gift specific, so that would need to be built in as well. I'm just gonna have to set that up. Or we could just do it for the animals first, that is the easier part, and then modify it later. Trackers, it would be easier to type if it was trackers update nearest threat. Trackers, I want to update something, I want to update nearest threat. I think it should be called trackers update nearest threat. I want it to be called trackers, even though it's just updating a single tracker. I don't know. Okay. fuck? I just got some random... This is why I don't like to sign into X on my phone. I just got some random notification that someone I've never even heard of was just banned on Twitch. It's like, why would I care? Why are you doing this to me? Would be, well, the deer and the moose, no, I mean the deer and the rabbits actually do have the same code in this instance, but 99% of the time that's not the case. Put the where do I put the comment? Collapse these down, right? Thank God. We still actually need this until I make the universal tracker update thing. The one that updates all the trackers. Oh my fucking God. What was it? Rabbit next? Moose. That comment isn't going to be visible if it's in there. What the fuck? doing this? The time that I updated to the new code editor. This is horrendous. What happened to Dia? Where's Dia gone? There it is. Somehow it's getting closed. Well, just because there's nothing in there, maybe. This one doesn't work anymore. Yep, this is some bullshit. Guess I'm gonna add some extra comments then. Why doesn't that do anything? Okay, well that's pretty much unreadable. Oh, we're doing with controller. Why am I doing controller dot object index? That's safe? I'm pretty sure, but I'm kind of paranoid. Okay, and if I want to put the human stuff in there, it's a little bit more complicated because they can have different gifts and should behave differently depending on which gift they have. But at least we can do this for the animals now. Eventually these will be consolidated into this, which will be called trackers update all, and same thing, it will check the type of object, calling it, and run the appropriate code. But at least for right now, this means that I should be able to... Let me think. What does this mean? So in the attacking state here, I kind of have all of this stuff, right? Which is the same. Well, it's not the same anymore, because we changed it to use maps instead of with. It still uses with, but it uses maps. So I can just replace this with that single function call now, I think. Trackers update nearest threat. Assuming everything's in there that I need. Oh fuck. I copied it all, didn't I? Fuck. There's too much stuff in there, actually. Why is this one? This one's not using temporary variables. I think only those two are using temporary variables. Doesn't make a huge difference. I just figured they might as well be temporary. I mean, it's true, it's not... Technically, this is more like trackers update combat. It updates all of the combat-related trackers, because it's not just nearest threat, so I should rename it. But we don't want it to update this prey, nearest prey, because that's for hunting. should just be able to do that. Right? Which is kind of how you're supposed to write code. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Oh, there's also the fleeing state. Paranoid that something will be missing. I don't see why it would be. You never know. Those should be grouped together, it would be more readable. Wait, what the fuck is this doing here still? Oh my god. I haven't stripped all this stuff out. I'm so fucking hungry now, dude. Everything? I think we're good. Okay. We're just done Wolf, I think. Oh, I keep forgetting about the fleeing state. Set angle, threat level, work? Can the wolves attack us again? Yep. That's like the only one. I'm gonna have to go in a different level to test out the others. Please stop. Please, for the love of God. If you're a Twitch streamer, just stop making stories for the love of all that is holy. I don't need these notifications. Oh, that took them a second, but they did eventually get there. Why are they so slow? That's how long it takes. Okay, so the wolves are good. Do we have any like aggressive moose or bears in this map? There's a bear. Hey, what about moose? You all got any more of them moose? I don't see a single aggressive moose in this map. There's an aggressive moose. And it will attack. Okay, well, we've tested all of that. We haven't tested whether they run away, which is, I mean, they should run away. Kind of the same deal. Holy shit, they're actually gonna win. Not a very good test. I mean, the initial reaction is the same. That's running on the same code. The only part that we changed is like once they're in that state, once they're either attacking or fleeing, that's different. So, not the easiest to test without just doing an actual play test, which is what I'm gonna do next, I suppose. Unless I want to keep refactoring code here. I wanted to make this work for the humans as well, so I could just run this function on the humans and have it do the same thing, or do the right thing. That's a little bit more involved, a little bit more time consuming. I don't know right now. I feel like probably just keep plowing ahead and get a bunch of this stuff refactored. See, the thing is, I want functions for these are like my instant update functions, where if I can just run it once somewhere and instantly update a tracker in a single step. And then I probably, less important, but probably would also want to make functions for the regular trackers that we just run in the step event. Basically because this I could become a lot more readable, right? I could make everything from here, which is where the trackers start, all the way down to like the last one, which is a bit this one. So it's like what, 500 lines of code or something could be consolidated down into a single line of code that is just like do the thing, and it does it all. Or I could split these into separate ones, one for each tracker, which you would probably want to do that anyway, and then put all of those inside of. That would just because it's easier to work on it, right? If the code isn't all in one place and it's kind of nicely separated. And then you would have all of those functions, one for each tracker, inside of another function that runs all of the trackers. But it's just like, I don't know. It's a lot of refactoring, and for what, I'm not sure. The main thing, the only actual important thing that I was trying to do today was to get, well, it's not even in there, it's in the function. Was to get like the deer to check the hunter map and the guard map instead of the human map. So it's much faster for them, at least. The predators and the moose still have to scan through all of the humans because they can attack any human, but the rabbits and the deer would only ever run away from guards and hunters, but we were scanning through all of the humans and like checking, is this one a guard or a hunter? No, okay, move on to the next one. So there was, it's no more efficient. We haven't really optimized anything. We're doing the same amount of work every step, but we get to the end result faster. That's the only difference, really. Because we just scan, like there might be 3 hunters and 2 guards, so we just scan through those 5 humans instead of scanning through all 30 humans, 5 of which are probably children. Can't even be a guard or a hunter, you know, so it's like, it's just wasted time. So they should basically update more quickly and like react faster, essentially. That's about it, really. Yeah, if I keep refactoring, I can make this code more readable and usable, which is probably going to be a good idea. Like before, I want to do that before I start implementing new creatures into the game, but is it something that needs to be done for this upcoming playtest? No, because it makes no difference to the playability of the game. It's literally just like, just kind of just for me, really. So it's hard to justify it at the minute. I think probably what I want to do after the break is resume playtesting, and like hopefully I'll figure out what I'm supposed to be doing next, because I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing anymore. But if I playtest it for a bit, I will either not find any bugs, and I won't find any balance changes or imbalances or whatever that let me say that again. I won't find any bugs, I won't find any imbalance that needs fixing, and that'll be great, because then I'll know that I have a good build ready to go, or I'll find something and then I can work on that. Because I don't think refactoring code is the best use of my time right now, although it will need to be done eventually. Then, like I was saying the other day, after I do this impending inventory system update, that might lead me to get more familiar with using structs and stuff, which then the light bulb might go off and I might refactor a bunch of stuff and use structs and basically do everything how it should have been done in the first place, but I didn't even know structs existed when I wrote 90% of this game. So anyway, thanks for joining me. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I desperately need to eat something. I'm hangry. There's no doubt about it. We can all tell I'm extremely hangry right now, so I'm gonna go chow down and I'll be back in a little bit. Thanks for watching. I'll see you after the break. Now it didn't spawn any fishing spots. That's not what I wanted. Oh no, this isn't... Yeah, of course. This is not... So what am I trying to do? So I have to set solid back to false after each one of these. Slightly concerning that the game doesn't actually, like, it can't spawn everything if there are no fishing spots. It's not ideal. And we do plan on having one map. The bad ending would not have any fishing spots in it. We do need to be able to create maps without fishing spots. Hey, we're in. There we go. Shit. Fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. Didn't think about that. Okay. Oh shit, look at this one, that's really bad. So it no longer spawns fishing spots in these pools that are disconnected from the ocean, but also it doesn't spawn fishing spots like here, for example, because it has no way of reaching the edge of the map. I suppose... No. Oh man, I don't know how to do it then. Oh, can I... what do I do? Like... set it back to... Nope. Oh, I don't know how to do it. Works for the most part, I guess, but... it's not ideal. Man... idea. We could just run with this for now and say, like, the logic is that there's no fish in this alcove, or whatever this is called. Bay? Is it a bay? Because the water is too shallow or something? That doesn't make any sense, though. How's the player supposed to know? It's going to be really confusing if they can't fish somewhere, but it looks exactly the same as a place that you can fish. It's not good. It is not good. That's true, actually. I mean, if we don't get this working, then... well, I suppose it's probably fine, actually. Because we have, like, maps like the swamp and the marsh, which have a lot of these pools of water, like, right the way across the map. But I suppose in those maps, you would be able to fish in those pools. What's the difference here then? There isn't really any. Maybe we just don't do this, I guess. It was worth a try, I suppose. Okay, and I still feel like there's a lot more fishing spots than necessary. It would be nice to reduce the number of fishing spots just because the less objects we get, the better performance we get. But the reason they're as dense as they are right now is because you have to drop a human next to a fishing spot to assign a gift. And if they're not dense enough across the coast, then there are gaps. And it's confusing. You're like, well, I'm dropping them next to the water. Why is it not working? But it works over here, but it doesn't work here, you know. We would, I suppose the way of dealing with that is that we actually have some sort of visual representation of the fishing spots, and it's not the entire coastline. But like something like the schools of fish in WoW or something. There's like a little rippling patch. It's not really a patch. There's like ripples on the surface, or you can see some fish below the surface or something. And then you can actually I don't think I've ever actually looked at that though. Let's try going to the marsh or the swamp and looking at the fishing spots there. Because I guess like all of the pools of water will have fishing spots in them. Loading times, it's slow if I don't compile with YYC. Is it going to freeze again? I think it does freeze sometimes when trying to load these maps. That's not good. I think basically it doesn't have enough room to spawn everything because of those additional pools of water which are taking up more space. Yeah, that's the second time that's happened. Oh boy, we might need custom spawn rules for these maps. I'm not exactly sure what it's getting stuck on, probably spawning... But you would want to be able to fish in these pools and in these maps, I guess. Fishers are going to be... It's more likely that fishers will be a viable choice. They'll be a strong choice in these maps because of that increased probability that your camp will be near a fishing spot. Yeah, I don't know, spawning the animals or the wolf dens or something, trying to fit them in. Probably struggling a bit. Yeah, the streams are green. If it's not drinkable water, the streams are green. Luckily, purple and green go together quite well, but ultimately they should probably be a different color in this map. They're the same color that they are in the swamp because they're not drinkable. A bit weird that the swamp even has streams, to be honest with you. Maybe we should completely get rid of them and allow the animals to drink from the fishing spots instead, or something like that in those maps. I don't know, does the tundra even have any streams? I guess they all have to have streams. I can't remember. Because if we don't have any streams, then the animals have no way of drinking, and they will all just die. So the idea originally was some of the maps wouldn't have streams, but then we changed to, okay, they all have to have streams, but some of them, the water can't be drinkable by the humans. But then, I don't think the Arctic tundra has any streams still. Well, maybe it does. Maybe it always had streams. It does have streams, it just has 4 streams, okay. Alright, well, let's get rid of those fishing spots again. Funny that the invisible sprite is in the unused folder, but it is used. Okay, so... That was kind of it. That was what I just wanted to try and prevent the fishing spots from spawning on those pools, but I can't do it without also causing them to not spawn on the coast sometimes. So we're not gonna do that. Let me just push this to the repository. What have I been doing all day? It seems like... I mean, I did spend like 2 or 3 hours just doing a bunch of stuff that didn't even work in the end, so... Okay, converted animal state trackers to use maps. That's basically it. I mean... what about... have I actually switched these to use... I probably haven't. No. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. It's just the rabbits and the deer. If I do this, this will actually probably have some noticeable impact on performance. A positive impact. Because instead of having to check all of the humans, they can just check the guards and the hunters specifically. Does mean that we're going to need some new variables. Human check, predator check, deer check, predator check. We're basically going to have hunter check, guard check. Yeah, it's funny, I did all that other stuff, and this is the thing that will actually make the meaningful difference to performance, because we've got like 80 to 100, it's like 100 plus deer in the map now, which are all constantly like scanning through the humans. Actually, no, this what am I saying? What am I saying? This won't make any difference to performance. It will make a difference to their reaction times. That's all. Because they don't have to scan through as many humans, so they will essentially be able to determine the nearest threat more quickly, so they'll be able to react to it quicker. That's it. mean, you might want to do that. It might be because currently if you pick a human up and drop them somewhere, we update all of their trackers instantly upon dropping them, which is okay because it's just one human and it just happens occasionally. So that they recognize like where they are now, what are they near to now that you've moved them. And we want to do the same for the animals ultimately, because you could pick the animals up and move them. But also you could pick a human up and drop it next to an animal, and it takes a second for the animals to update their trackers to realize that human is now next to them. But we can't, I don't think we can... Well, you would have to get specific about it. Even that might not be performant. Like if you pick up a human and drop them, then we have to update all of the other animals' human trackers to make sure that they're now instantly aware that this human has been dropped, potentially next to them. Because right now, as we saw before, you get that delay when you like drop a human into the wolf den and the wolves don't immediately react to them. It's because they have to update their tracker, which takes a second or two. Actually, I think it takes less than a second. Probably takes basically half a second. But it's long enough to be noticeable. Half a second is a long time in terms of gameplay, game time. Anyway, what am I doing? Oh yeah. Hunter human, guard human, no. Current hunter, current guard. But that might be too much because you're updating like 100+ animals, like 150 animals or something. When you drop a human, that would probably cause a lag spike. It's fine if you update the trackers of one of them. You can't do like 150 animals in a single step. So I think basically we're always just going to have that delay. That's just how it's going to be. Funny thing is, they'll react faster the less humans there are. If you have a single human, they'll react instantly. Oh, it's a mess. It's a real mess. I'm just trying to make it run, okay? I'm trying to make it run on your PC. And my PC. Okay. Gotta get another drink, I'll be right back. So much for playtesting. Not getting much of that done today. Well, this will literally be it. I can pretty much put the code side of things to bed for a while after I've done this. Is undefined human check. Human check and God check. Is what? Okay. I mean, why separate it into two if statements? I don't know. Oh, because this one. Right. Okay. Guess I'm doing that. Is undefined human check, then you can do this. Wait, where's that bracket closed though? Oh my god, what? It's supposed to encapsulate the whole thing like that. Of course it is. I mean, what? That doesn't seem right. I'm not clearing current human, so fuck. Are you telling me these are still wrong? Once this reaches the end of the map, then current human doesn't get updated. I could do an else on here and clear current human, for example, because this is going to be doing this again, right? Every time every step, it's going to be like, oh yeah, current human exists, let's do this. It's going to keep running this on like the last human that it checked. Unless we get... Unless what? Unless we clear it. I guess we just gotta clear it. We gotta clear current human once we get to the end of the map. Not is undefined current human equals blah 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 else. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this for all of them. Oh yeah, that's right. That's why it takes so long, because it's not just checking humans, it's also checking the some of the other animals as well. So it is like quite slow. Sure that's supposed to be inside there? I guess so. What's like a working example of this that I can actually look at? Yeah, okay. Okay. So they're all undefined. We can start from the beginning. Get to the end of this, and then human check becomes undefined, and we can start doing this. And this will be set so guard check will no longer be undefined, so it won't start again. This down because you never know. Clear current at end of map. It's strange, isn't it? Strange. The way that we live. check both undefined. And we can move on to these ones. Oh my god. Right, and then this. This gets even worse now. Wait a minute, am I missing something? So all three are undefined. Oh, that's supposed to be hunter check. Is undefined hunter check, then we can move on. Guard check. Check and guard check are now both undefined. We can move on to predator check. And then we need to be checking the correct maps. Hunter map. Guard map. This is the worst bit. This is why I was like hoping that the other method would work. Because this is pretty bad. If there is a better way of doing it. I mean, we know that if the map is empty, it just returns undefined. Does that help us? Can we just... I think we could just do this when all three of them are undefined, right? You know, because on the first pass... I suppose, I mean... Because we wouldn't really want to do this if the maps were empty, because we'd be constantly returning undefined and sort of doing this for no reason. But that's preferable from what I've been told. It's preferable to just keep overriding a variable for no reason than actually checking to see whether you should be overriding it or not. That's actually slower. Do in that case. Well, considering I don't think we ever reset nearest threat temp, it could be constantly updating it to something that no longer exists. No, because we do clear it if it doesn't exist anymore. Like everything on death has a check to see if it's on anything else's tracker, including the temporary trackers, and removes itself from them. Maybe it would be okay. So, because I'm just thinking, like, right, first pass, these are all undefined, so we set hunter check, or if there are no hunters, what if there are no hunters? Then hunter check is still undefined, so we move on to guards. What if there are no guards? Oh, it's undefined, so we move on to predators. These are both undefined, so we move on to predators. Let's say that there finally is a predator. That's fine. That's not really what I'm thinking about, though. Let's say we have all three. All three are undefined. We set hunter check. We start checking through hunters. We finish checking through hunters. Check through guards. Finish guards. Check through predators. Finish. Now they're all undefined again. Once we reach the end of that process, I think we can probably just do this. If all three of those return undefined, actually. Sure would be nice. I just need to check one thing. Hey Gurafox, how's it going? Still got a headache. Okay, just had to send a quick email. Alright, what am I doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna try this. Alright, it'd be pretty sweet if we could get away with that, and I guess we can. Wednesday the 6th. Okay. That's not ideal timing. Because it's pretty much impossible for these all to be undefined unless we've just finished a scan. As far as I can tell. So we... I think it should be okay. Why am I clearing this again? Oh, to prevent it from running this one again. Interesting. Yeah, okay. That's a good find, actually, because it would have been doing twice as much stuff per step, possibly more. No, twice as much, I think. So that's pretty good. That might speed things up a little bit. Okay, and then I need to actually, so we got hunter map, guard map, predators. So now I get rid of this. And this one. Like that. There we go. Okay. So, let me just go through and make those changes to the other ones real quick. I guess it's only really important on any of the trackers that track multiple maps or multiple maps. much all of the rest are fine. I think all the rest are fine. We shall see. I think it's all the rest of them. Oh wait, there is only two, isn't there? Human check and predator check on this one. We can try that. Let's get rid of these now. Try that. Okay, just gotta do the same for the rest. Okay. Well, yeah, the foxes kind of work a bit differently because this is built into the else there. So, I guess we don't worry about those ones right now. It'll be a pain in the ass when it comes to making something similar to a fox, possibly, depending on how we want it to work. Wolves. Okay. If that works, it's going to be pretty sweet. This is the one I was just doing, isn't it? I should pretty much just be able to copy paste this from the deer. It's exactly the same. From here, this bit, this bit. Down to, okay, just all of it then. Okay. Okay, I think we're actually done. Holy shit. The question is, does it work? Does it work? Oh, I didn't define those variables in the rabbit object. This is why you use inheritance. It's probably gonna feel crazy though, like having done everything wrong for such a long time. Once I start writing clean code and I kind of know all these like hacks, how to use structs and stuff, like it's probably gonna feel crazy. I'm gonna be like walking on a cloud. It's sort of, there's part of me, like, who knows what I'll do after this game, but part of me is like, it would be a bit of a shame to switch engines or switch languages without ever having sort of, I don't want to say mastered, but you know what I mean, like without ever really having grasped GML before moving on to something else. It would be good to write like one game with clean code in GML, at least. I suppose I could just refactor this game. That's probably what I should be doing, isn't it? Oh, did I change any of the human stuff? I don't think so. Good point. Probably the most important one. Or is it? Wait, oh no, the humans don't actually... It's like that, okay. Okay. Might be better off running in test mode. I suppose, well, when I don't have any hunters and guards, then all of the animals aren't going to be constantly scanning through all of the humans, so maybe there will actually be a noticeable performance increase in a way. Only when you don't have any hunters or guards, though. Such as the start of a new game. I'm running in virtual machines, so I'm not really sure. It's hard to... I'm getting those lag spikes. That's just my PC, don't worry, that's not the game. That's my PC melting. And this moose still attack us? Yep. Pretty slow to react still, that's to be expected, I suppose. Oh my god, it's coming right for us. Right, well, I don't think there's much I can do now except like actually playtest it properly, do another playthrough or continue my playthrough from yesterday, but I'm kind of out of time for today, so I'm probably going to have to test all this stuff tomorrow, but it's okay because still probably a while to go on the capsule art and the logo. Capsule art's almost done, logo hasn't been started yet, and that is what I'm waiting for before I launch the playtest. So I have as much time as that takes to keep sort of tweaking this build. So I guess I'll continue testing tomorrow. Today was not actually the last day of testing. You know, you gotta go with the flow, you see. I never actually know what I'm gonna be doing until I'm doing it. That's kind of how it works. Well, maybe sometimes I have an idea of what I might be doing. Generally, if I'm already in the middle of some task that it's like a multi-day or multi-week thing that I'm picking up again, I guess then it's pretty obvious what I'm going to be doing. But sometimes you can't really decide. There's no way of knowing until you just sit down and start working on stuff, and then you just sort of find yourself doing something. Anyway, hopefully I've done all of that right today. I haven't broken anything in the process, and well, I guess we'll find out with tomorrow's playtest. Should I release this build? Do I release this build? That feels like a bit of a risk. Okay, look, I'm feeling pretty good. I could give it like a little 15-minute playtest now or something. I should create an executable. To hell with it, we're cranking the version number. Yeah, so I think the build that we use for the playtest is going to be version 0.59. It's looking like we're just going to be landing right on that kind of milestone. Funny how these things line up. I'm also like, shameless plug, I'm also like 20 schmucks away from hitting the Ko-fi goal to have a demo complete. And what am I about to do? Complete the demo. Not really the demo, you know what I mean, the alpha build or whatever you call this. But yeah, it's pretty crazy how that lined up. I set a 250-pound goal to finish like the first sort of prototype, the first kind of demo, and it worked out perfectly somehow. Oh yeah, this one. Okay. So I'll give it a quick play test, and if it seems stable, I'll release this build tonight. And yeah, I'll continue doing more testing tomorrow and hopefully get all the last sort of bugs fixed and get everything ironed out. Any last minute balance changes or anything that needs doing. And then that'll be it. That'll be like version 0.59, and that will be the version we use for the playtest, pretty much. So where are we at here? I've got to get 3 more portal stones unlocked, I believe. It's the afternoon of day 21. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. Oh yeah, we've been trying to like get enough fish in the store for everybody, but the fishes are really struggling. We'll stick with it for a bit longer. See if they can get on top of things. Close that window. The moon looks beautiful tonight. Quite a dangerous portal stone, but it's pretty close to camp as well, so shouldn't be too bad. I dare say we could send all 3 groups out at once. Why not? See if we can just get all 3 stones unlocked quickly and get straight to the next level. If this playthrough goes for long enough, we might actually see some babies. That would be cool. I think it's all set up correctly. I've changed the timescale several times, but I think everything should be right. Hopefully they can get some breakfast before this fire goes out. It did just start raining. Maybe someone will throw some wood on there. Oh, literally set one of the worshippers on fire there. There we go. Extinguished. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. Sector clear. Terrorists win. That is it. Just those 3. Can't tell who's going where. Who's going where? Probably these ones set off first, so they're going down here, I guess. Yeah. Holy shit, someone else is on fire now. I might need to reduce the chance that the humans set on fire. It happens very frequently. It's like, it's not a big deal, but at the same time, what are they doing? Like, how are they setting themselves on fire this much? Gained any performance, would I say? I don't know, actually. I don't have any hunters right now. I do have 3 guards. So all of the prey animals, the deer and the rabbits basically, not all of the prey animals because the moose are different, but the deer and the rabbits will now only be scanning through those 3 guards, which is the same amount of work per step. So you wouldn't actually expect a performance increase from that. But obviously instead of having to scan through all 30 humans, they can just scan through the guards and the hunters and more quickly work out which one is which one should be added to the nearest threat tracker, if at all. It's true, they are still scanning through all of the predators as well. But it will have speeded them up considerably. I think we should be fairly fine. I mean, I've literally got 10,000 power banked and plenty of miracles to work with, so... struggling to find the firewood though at this point. In the next map you actually get miracle firewood, so you can conjure a bunch of it, or you can conjure 10 at a time for like 500 power a pop, I think, something like that. Kind of feeling like it might need a buff. But also the number is so low for performance reasons as well, although that's mainly to do with Miracle Forest. So yeah, I suppose firewood. We could increase the amount of firewood that Miracle Firewood produces without it being too much of an issue. Miracle Forest, it has to like do a bunch of kind of checks to make sure it doesn't put the trees in it, because the trees like have collision, right? They get added to the navigation grid and stuff. So it's a lot more intensive if I'm trying to spawn like 25 trees. It could be worth. But then again, that was like. No, I think it was still lagging, wasn't it? I forget. We could play around with it. It's pretty easy to do. But one thing that I did was like previously, whenever you would pick up a tree or place down a tree, right, it changes the navigation grid. So I would have to update everybody's pathing in case they were like, they might have been pathing somewhere and then you put down a tree in front of them and now they need to path around it. And my old solution was just to end everybody's path and then recalculate everybody's pathing. But I came up with a method of like checking if they're on a path to begin with, and if they are on a path, does that path intersect with the cell that you just changed on the navigation grid? If so, then you would need to update their pathing. Would drastically reduce the amount of stuff. We used to get these lag spikes, you know, whenever you would update the navigation grid, but it fixed that. And also if you remove something from the navigation grid, it checks like, were they pathing within a certain distance of that cell? If so, then recalculate their pathing, because they might now path directly through that cell instead of pathing around it. But it's really nice as well because it checks how far along the path they are already, so it doesn't check the portion of the path that they've already covered. It only checks the remaining part of the path that they're still going to travel along. Which was, I was pretty proud of that one. Pretty pleased with that one. It's one of my finer moments for sure. What did Brewer call it? Log 0 or something? Log N? I don't know. He said it was very efficient though. It's like as efficient as it could possibly be. Which is always a nice way to write your code. You can speed up time. You do have time control in this game. You could go 8 times speed maximum. It kills your frame rate. If you zoom all the way out, enable all of the bars, and put it in 8 times speed, that's a really good way to kill your frame rate. But yeah, I like to play it safe usually. You start fast forwarding time, that's when everybody dies. Okay, we're almost there. Well, these guys are getting cold. I'll just DI them back to camp. You know what's funny? If I had, with all this power that I have saved up, when we go to the next map, I could just DI everybody straight to camp at the beginning, so they don't have to walk there. Because there's like a... I made it so that there's an exit portal on the other side. They used to just appear at the new camp, but now there's like they emerge from an exit portal and they have to travel to the new camp. Which I think is a nice touch. Portal activated. Okay. So we'll give everyone a chance to kind of See, they did manage, because all of the worshippers were away, that gave them a bit of a chance to get some more fish in the store, I suppose. I guess we'll wait until the morning. And hopefully there'll be enough fish for everyone to have some breakfast before we go. Never really thought of that. I never really thought about it. DIing everyone to camp in the new map. Like the wolves are doing some hunting. Pretty cool. Yeah, the chain pouncing doesn't seem to be working. I don't know why. Sometimes it seems to work. I should look into that. I'll make a note. Actually, I put it on the bugs list, known bugs list. I haven't looked at the bugs list in a minute. What's going on here? Nothing crazy. Chain pounce / stalk not working. I don't know. I'll take a look. Six fish in the store is not quite enough for everybody, is it? I don't know what I can do about that, really. Maybe we get lucky and some of the fishers have a bit of extra fish in their inventory. That would be nice. Oh, don't do that. That's what I was trying to do. Toggle the UI. I don't know why they do this. Definitely that is bugged. They wake up and then sort of go back to sleep again instantly. Right, probably has something to do with when the sleep randomizer gets re-rolled or something like that. Good point, good point. Humans waking up and going back to sleep instantly. Right, because I probably re-randomized the sleep offset. You know, they sleep like within an hour of sunset, wake up within an hour of sunrise or something like that. If that gets re-randomized, re-rolled, and it's lower than it was, then technically it's probably going to tell them to go back to sleep. Definitely needs fixing. Okay, yeah, so we're still finding bugs. They're nothing major, but I think it would be nice to get those fixed tomorrow. Okay, how are we doing? Nobody seems to be hungry. Let's fucking go. Let's get out of here. Goodbye. Wow, I actually genuinely feel like a bit of an attachment to this place. Don't worry, we can come back. It is possible now. You can return to previous levels and your camp will still be there and everything will still be the same. is kind of huge, to be honest with you. It's like the ability to return to a place makes it feel a lot more real. It was very ethereal before, when sort of the levels only existed as long as you occupied them, basically. Interesting, those icons don't show up during stasis, it's called. Here we go, level 2. And this level actually has music, so I better pause this music. We made it. There's our new camp. We have some wolves over there. Jesus Christ. Not many trees in this map, are there? Should probably save right there. I can pick this up tomorrow. But yeah, we gotta build our new camp and stuff. Also, why is nobody... Oh. Do I refill their hunger and thirst when you enter the new level? I must do. I was actually thinking about that. And I was like, no, I don't think I do that, and that's probably the correct decision. But apparently I am refilling their hunger and thirst, which I find rather strange. I think it should persist between levels, which it would, ordinarily. It's me that's overriding that for some reason. Where would that be? It's either going to be in here, or it's going to be in the relocation thing, the thing that puts all of the humans in the right place at the start of the new level. This is the with object human. There's nothing in there that has anything to do with hunger or anything like that. There it is. Let's just not do that. Well, I suppose it does mean that they might attempt to travel to a stream or something to drink from it, like immediately upon entering the new level. Oof. That's kind of on you as the player, though, I would say, to deal with that. Or is that maybe not such a good thing? I don't know. I could give them like a new sort of behavior that where they kind of ignore their needs whilst traveling to the new camp, but that could be complicated too. It doesn't really make sense that they get like fed and watered by traveling through the portal, though. Was there an interdimensional pit stop along the way where they grab some snacks? I guess there is. Not anymore. It just doesn't seem right. They went in thirsty and they came out hydrated. Doesn't make any sense. But on the other hand, it does mean the first thing that they'll probably do is try traveling to the stream, which could be problematic. I did have enough power banked up to give them all water, though, I suppose. Could have done that. Usually it takes them so long to travel to the portal that they will get thirsty on the way. So it's quite likely that they will be thirsty upon entering the next level. It's almost guaranteed, I would say. But at the same time, it doesn't feel right if it's not consistent. It's like there's no continuity there. They were the same humans that went into the portal. They should be the same when they come out. So, we're just... I guess I'm just gonna have to play it. I'm just gonna have to play it and see what it's like. Okay, right, well, that's enough game dev for today. Flashbanged. I got some notes here. We got some bugs to fix tomorrow. We've got... Is that it? Just a couple of bugs to fix tomorrow and then more playtesting? I think that might be it. Clean... Oh, I did that. Continue, converting, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we're looking pretty good. Just a couple of bugs to fix tomorrow, and then I'm going to do some more playtesting. And, yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks. Alright. Let's find somebody to raid. Right, let me get this pushed to the repository, and you know what? I'll release this build. Why not? Converted animal state trackers to use maps. What else did I do? That pretty much took all day somehow, mainly because I did it wrong the first time around. And was there anything else? I've forgotten it if there was. I'm sure I did something else in there, but no longer refill hunger and thirst upon relocation. I think that's about it, right? I can't really remember what else I did today. I tried making those changes with the fishing spots, but it didn't work out. That's pretty much it. Okay. Push that to the repository. I will recompile this build with those hunger and thirst changes that I just made, and I will release this build. We also use, I mean, we must do, right? We use relocate. Room does not equal previous level. I forget how this works, but yeah, we also use the same script if you're returning to the previous level, so that will do the same. Okay. Alright, so yeah, hopefully the last few bug fixes tomorrow, and that'll be it. That'll be the build, version 0.59. It's a nice... Sounds good. Sounds good, version 0.59, I like it. That'll be the build that we use for the Steam playtest, which will be coming up here in, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, something like that. Just waiting on the capsule art and the logo, because I think it would be nice to have those ready to go. And I'm going to be making a new Discord server for all the playtesters to gather feedback and bug reports and stuff like that, and to kind of just chat about the game. And yeah, that's about it. Let me get this build uploaded. Finally, I can stop using sketchy Google Drive links to my builds, and I can actually give people Steam keys, which is a lot more credible. And boom, there we go. Version 0.589 is now available for Ko-fi members to download. Hell yeah. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. Anybody doing any GameMaker? Brewer. Not sure what Otter's working on today, but I think we'll raid Brewer. Thanks for joining me. I'll catch you in the next one. Take it easy, dude. But take it. Peace out.